But the other two things I'd like to do is this whole thing with Herbst has kind of made me realize I need to get my house in order when I create new jobs. And let me show you. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes,
When I start a new job, say in 2023, I create a job number, and it will be an empty folder. Let me just create a folder called junk. And I would give it a name. The next one would be 23021. And then I would see this job folder.
yeah.
Siri's trying to talk to me. I basically take this and I copy it.
Okay, now you've got copies of all of those everything in that folder you've got copied, I see. Within itself. You see you got ADM copy, Carlson copy.
Yeah, I just did that. That was a mistake. Let me fix that.
It's everyone all the way down the line. You can control click those and not have to keep going up to the delete button if you want. Click, then control click, then control click. Or you missed one, but that's all right. One more, and there you go. Okay, now.
Okay.
So
now,
you took that.
I copied this.
Yeah.
And I put it into
your new job, whatever it is.
The new job.
Okay.
So it occurred to me, and I played with a little bit, but if in my Carlson file, I had and I think I created a thing called SHEPP template DWG, and it dawned on me that really wouldn't work because of the CRD issue. I'd still have the same problem. But then I thought about it last night, and I said, well, that's true. It's not a good idea to create a DWG in that file, but what if you created a template folder in that file?
Exactly right. In fact, you don't need to make a template folder in each of those. Your templates normally live just in one place anyway, but just when you start, choose that template. And when it creates the new file, it will create a file called drawing1 that will ask you to give it a name. Okay.
Okay, let's look at that for a minute. Here.
All right.
Well, should we take care of Herbst first?
Yeah, sure.
Get it off of our plates.
Yep.
File I selected is already open. Okay. Now, is it open two of them? Probably.
No, if it's already opened, it just goes back to the other one.
Okay. Now I haven't copied. You sent me an email that has 5 folders on it.
Folders?
Not folders, attachments.
Oh yeah, okay.
You want me to pull the email over to the screen so you can see it?
Yeah, or I can find it here either way.
There
we go.
You see it?
Yep. Okay.
So I copy all of those into the Herbst Carlson file.
Yeah, you don't really need to worry about the reports. They're just there for your reference.
Okay.
So really and it's really the DWG and the CRD.
Okay, there are 2 DWGs, both of them.
Where do you see the second one? I'm missing it. Is it?
Oh, it's not a DWG, sorry.
That's right.
So there's this DWG and this CRD.
Correct.
So you just need those 2 copied into the Herbst folder.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let me go to the Herbst folder here. Okay. Okay,
So
So
now
here it
open
is.
that DWG and you can either close this one or leave it open, either one, it won't matter. So. And then make sure. See, it says up at the very top stripe, it says CRD none. Go ahead
Yeah.
and point that to that KAC Herbst CRD. Up
Okay, I
at
do that in settings or points.
set coordinate file. There you go. Okay. So now, if you zoom in to one of those, we'll go back out to the white, those little white clusters.
Yeah,
See, those are things, go ahead and zoom on in tight to that. See, those are things that were on frozen layers.
yeah,
And you see it, if you zoom in a little bit more, I think those are points. Yeah, see
yeah,
those
they are.
they're
Yep,
points in the DWG.
right,
Okay. But they were on frozen layers. And what was causing the conflict is that you had those things and you were also, you had new ones that you were using active that had some of the same numbers.
right,
So the thing is, that's, and I say all the time, people need, always remember you can have points in your drawing that you may or may not have in a CRD file. And it's not, that's why we have those two commands to synchronize, one space versus the other.
right,
And so that was what was causing the problem. And like I went to make a new CRD file by updating the CRD file from the DWG. I did that and I got the ones that were showing just down around your job site. And then, things kept jumping around. And then I did that point comparison when I opened the file. And it generated, if you look at one of those text files, I think it's the in your email. I'll tell you which one if I can see the list again.
yeah, hold it a second, I can bring it back.
There we go. So if you look at the points on frozen layers, that one, or either that one or the top one, either one, just to go ahead and just click on it. Now, see all those 200 series numbers and
Yeah,
all, those are the ones it found on those frozen layers that are not in the CRD file.
right,
And then those that says not in drawing, of course, are the ones that I pulled out of the original drawing, but then deleted from the DWG. So anyway, that's what got me to looking for those. And if I went now, the rest of this email, by the way, like that point number 19,
yeah,
I did notice your line work was not, there was a problem there, but that could be something you're resolving. I don't know.
yeah, no, I went back and fixed that. This is actually, the point that's unidentified there is gonna be the actual corner. The other one is a fellow surveyor's rebar that he set in the wrong place, so I talked to him and we've agreed I'm just gonna remove it.
Okay, but that's 39. If you look at the image above there, there was just one that just make sure that if you intended your line work to go through that point 19,
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, okay. All right, so now back to our drawing file.
Excuse me for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to get rid of my second cup of coffee.
Got you covered. No problem.
Okay, so
So go out, yeah, right there. That's the one. As long as you say that, see, it looks like when you were drawing that line work, you missed
yeah,
one of those points. So looks like the quadrant snap overrode the point snap. The
right.
point. So anyway, as long as you get those things resolved to your satisfaction, then that's good. And now, if you go back to, well, of course, you can see all kinds of things in this drawing outside of where you were working.
Right.
So the first thing I would do is make sure every layer is thawed and frozen. And that was, you go to the view menu.
On my
Yeah,
original
on
job.
this file, right? Which
On
this
this
it
file.
probably already is, but the view menu all the way down the last icon where it says thaw slash, no, go up right there. Yeah, thaw slash on all layers. Go ahead and choose that. Now everything's on and thawed. Now zoom in around your site. Now just, that's good. Now go up to the edit menu and choose erase outside. And it's just going to ask you for a lower left, upper right. Huh, I got somebody trying to. Looks like somebody's trying to run my Microsoft Teams from outside.
Really? That's awkward.
Wow, that's a little scary. I hate Microsoft. I absolutely hate them. They make things so unnecessarily complex and dangerous. All right, now if you just do a zoom extent, you should see that there's nothing else out there, including those points. And now you've still got some of those old 200 series points and these contours. The contours, remember where those came from, and if you intend to keep them, that's fine, but we'll freeze the layers that they're on.
Well, I would say let's freeze the layers just to be safe.
Yeah. So then just go to your view menu and choose freeze layer by pick. Now, when I tell you about this, go to your view menu and do this. Those are also on your layers toolbar. If you're familiar, you see those same icons up there on that top row toolbar.
Yeah.
So you can do it from there too. It just, I don't know how familiar you might be with those. So anyway, go ahead and choose that and pick one of the intermediates, one of the index, and maybe the index label also. It may or may not be the same layer. There you go. Now that one there. Okay, enter to finish. All right, so now you've got all of these other 200 series points. And what I would do is, let's take a look. We've got this new coordinate file that we set. So go ahead and pull that down on the points menu and do a list points. And there you go. Now, those were 2 through 8, then 14 through 47, and then 231, 232. Those are the ones that were showing in the file when you sent it to me. The first I opened it, those were the ones I created from that file. So if those are the ones you want, and you don't need any of those others that you just now, or I don't guess we erased it. They're showing in the drawing those other points, but these are not. Okay.
Okay.
So let's.
I can bring those back in as needed.
Correct. So let's exit this. And you've got a bunch of points still in this drawing here that could potentially conflict. As long as you don't need any of these, we're going to erase all of these.
Need any of what?
Those points.
The 200 points?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I need them.
Okay, but those were the ones that were causing some issues. So if those are also, now if you go back to your list points, you see these 200 series are not in that drawing, but those points, if you go now, well, go to look at your other Herbst drawing, the other tab. See, zoom in around those points now. See, they're a different number.
Yeah.
Looks like the same point, just a different number. So if you go back to the KAC drawing, you see?
Yeah.
So do you need, you say, oh no, you need these. Do you need these as the 200 series, or do you need them as the other series, the smaller digits?
I'm gonna have to spend some time thinking about that and figuring it out. But I think I understand what the nature of the problem is, and I created it myself. This happened on another job, and it was the same problem that I did a save as with frozen layers on and started using that job and created the identical situation that we have with this one. We fixed that, and then I completely forgot about the frozen layers issue, which is why I thought I ought to go back to opening a template.
Right. Okay.
And then I can copy things like title blocks and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Let me show you one other thing I added to my folder template that I created. Under Carlson, I also put a legend file
Okay, good.
in there that I can bring into my drawing as needed.
Yeah, now, so where I would recommend to put that one, now you could leave everything here, but every time you make a new folder, a new job, you make
Yeah.
a copy of this whole structure. So that's okay, but it's unnecessarily duplicating things.
Okay.
If you took that legend.lgd file and put it in your Carlson projects /settings folder, then when you're in any job and you just go to load that file, it will look first in that settings folder.
Okay.
So just right click and copy that. Now navigate over to Drive C, Carlson Projects. And then settings. Now right click over on the white space and paste. Okay, now go back to your drawing. Yeah, right
Just
there.
close it.
Yeah. And so now if you go to annotate, draw legend, I'll show you how this will come up. Now from here, you see it says specify a legend file. If you
Yeah.
pull that down at the top where it says 2026 Hertz, pull that down and see if it says, all right. So it's looking for it in your work folder instead. So if you just browse to it and find it from the settings. There you go. And there it is. And see, we had one already that Jefferson County, and there's one called Legend. All right, so see how it'll bring that up. And so that's why you can do those saves and save as and all of that. And if you do a save as, then it should offer to put that in settings. Just go ahead and hit save as, but we're not going to give it a name. We'll cancel it. I want to see where it puts you. Yeah, see, that's where it normally goes, is up there under settings.
Yeah.
It was pointed locally on this when you went to load it because of the last time it was saved. It was saved locally. So, all right, so cancel that and then cancel or exit that. Okay. Now, so yeah, all of those things are good to have. And even with, Mike, let me see if I take, we'll go ahead and request remote control. So even if, if we turn whatever file is good for now, we're going to turn that into a template. And even if it has things in it, like you said, you could just copy stuff back and forth, but even all of these things are fine to leave in there. It's things like those coordinates that are causing a problem. So, this can be in there, and then you could just edit as you need, change these pieces of text. Now there's ways to automate a lot of that stuff based on drawing properties and things, but I don't want to get too much to overwhelm you. But here, you got your legends and etc. And then all of these little things off to the side that you may need from time to time. The drawing setup here is she's got two of them there right now. That's the current one. And so it's an 18 by 24. This one also an 18 by 24. So so all of this stuff will stay. And of course you could make a new one or whatever you needed to do. That's got your signature, so it all looks pretty good. And I would just leave that in there. And then when you start a new file, this will come in just like you see it. Now, when you do start a new file, of course, you won't see this stuff inside here.
Right.
And you'll have to just select your viewport, unlock it, zoom extents, zoom around, pan around, zoom where you want it, and set your scale and then lock it. But you know how to do all that.
Right.
We do the same thing up here on the inset map. Okay, so those are all fine to keep in there. But now for right here, now this versus this, it's basically the same file. If I look, for instance, 142237, look to be the same as, well, they're not exactly the same, are they? 14, 22, 37. Now you have those in your coordinate file,
Mhm.
but it looks like maybe something's different there. 229. If I look at 229 and I see it's 438, 36, 7166, 37, 437, 716. Yeah, they're slightly different. All right, so then 16. Oh, 36, 36. Oh, 36, 36. So it looks like that one's the same. Looks like 216 are the same point. These are looking a little different. 14, I don't know, is in there. So you're just going to need to go through and figure out, are there any of these 200 series points here that you need in your current working drawing?
Yeah, I'll have to figure that out.
Okay, now this is, well, I'm looking at this right here, this hatch. Were you
Yeah.
intending that to be like a gray, just like a
Yeah.
gray? All right, so right now what it is, you see this pattern
Yeah.
of those stripes? That's what it is, but your scale is so tiny. Like if we made that scale 50, see, that's what it really looks like. If you want that to be like a just solid gray, instead of that patch there, you have to pull this pattern down here, or I think no, you can't choose that. All right, so pull this pattern down and go on this other predefined and choose solid.
Okay.
And then that will set it to that, and it won't be so, it won't take up so much memory either. Yeah, there's a polyline. Yeah, so it's, yeah, it's in the front, but it's thin, so it didn't show up very well. All right, so yeah, all of those points. And like right now, like I said, you've got all of these points in your coordinate file,
Mhm.
and you've also got in that coordinate file, yeah, these 231 and 232. Now those are right here, that it's either like 213 or maybe it's the end of that line. There's a 230 and a 223. So I don't know if that's any indication there of anything. And you've got like this line goes up to not really that point. This line
Right.
also to not really that point. So, and you've got some reason for that, maybe that's where a deed ends. Or where it hits by deed description. I don't know, and I'm not saying that because it's not to say that this is wrong. Just
No,
make
it
sure
is wrong.
make sure you understand what it is you were trying to do with these points.
Right.
And then we'll let's see, let's select similar, and I'm going to bring all those to the front. There we go. So, that being said, let's see, back to, yeah, so back to these points. Now, if I make, I'm going to change to a different coordinate file. We're going to call it, I'll go to the new tab and I'll call it that same KAC, and I'm going to call this the 200 series. And right now it's empty. I can, as you see, 0 points. And I'm going to go to my points utilities, coordinate file utilities. I'm going to update the CRD from the drawing. I'll say okay for that, and I'm going to just type ALL, hit enter, and hit enter. Now when I list my points, I've got all of those 200 series points. I've also got a point 17 and 25 that if I go back and look at this file now, or 17 and 25 in there. No 17 and no 25. Okay, so 231 and 232. Let's see if they're in here. 231, 232. They're not. Okay, so these two coordinate files right now, as they are, could be combined and you would not have any duplication. Other than you might have like 0.200 might be the same coordinate as 0.16, but you won't have 2 points of the same name. And that was what was causing our conflict.
Right.
Okay, so so that way you could decide, and I'm in the KAC drawing here. So I'm going to erase all of the points from the screen, all, no from the coordinate file, both. Okay, now, there are no points in this drawing whatsoever. We have thawed all the layers. I'll freeze that back off here. I've done a zoom extents. I'll now freeze. Oh, sorry. Okay. So no points whatsoever. Now, if I draw, locate points. Let's draw, say, 1 to 199. Oops. Draw range 1 to 199. What? Oh, sorry. I'm going to take, right now we have, I look up here at the top, we're in our 200 series folder or
Yeah.
file. I'm going to make a new one called Herbst merged. Let's see, quantify utilities. And I'm going to import into the current file from this one, all. And this was the let's call it small numbers. Oh, shoot. Yeah, okay, so that was that. Now I'm going to also import the 200 series, create a group, all. And that group is going to be 200 series. Now, if I list my points, all points, I see I've got 2 down through 47, and it also included 231 and 232. Then I got 200 through 230. So that's everything from both of those drawings. Now, I've got a group manager. This is what I wanted to change the name of this to be small numbers is okay. I want to get that CRD off of there so it's not confusing. All right, so there's your 200 series points, which also included 17 and 25. And then the small numbers, which also included 231 and 232. So now if you do a draw locate, I'm going to put the small numbers. Do this. PNTS small. As that, I'll draw them all. And one of those right there. Point number 2 was way out there. Is that one we need?
No.
All right. So I'm going to erase that one. And I'm going to remove it from the coordinate file. All right, so now point number 2 is no longer there in their coordinate file. It now starts with 6, 7, 8. All right. Now, so those are on this layer called points small. Well, it's supposed to have been. Why is this? All right, let's do it one more time. Erase points by the screen, all points. No, and both. All right. My small numbers. You know what I'm going to do, Mike, is I'm going to take the 200 and then add them back over here. I'm not changing points out of a coordinate file. I'm just making the group. All right, so now here's what I neglected to do. If I draw locate points on points small, I don't want to draw all, I want to draw a group. That was what I did not do. So small numbers, it should be 6 through 47. And there they are. Okay. I'm going to next draw locate points. And I'm going to change the symbol to just a regular points with an X. I'm going to put those on 200 series and draw a group. I'm going to draw my 200 series. Okay, so now you've got two sets of points. Like here's one that's 214, and here's one that is 6. Now they are slightly different. See?
Yeah.
And
One is theoretical from the plat, and the other one's actually measured in the field.
right. So just make sure, you know, that when you're looking at those, because see, you know that, but probably based on your point numbers. Okay. I would not have known. Now that looks like that's exactly the same point. Number 1 or number 7 and number 217.
Yeah.
And that's part of your resolution. That's part of being a surveyor. Same thing.
Right.
So just make sure you know which ones you need and which ones you don't. Now, once you're ready to plat this, if you're going to use any of these points to do that with, remember that the roundy points, the circles, that's our small numbers. The X's are our 200 series.
Yeah.
And you can, change them to different layers, different levels, or different layers, whatever. In fact, I'm going to put, we had them down here as P and TS. There's the smalls. And the 200 series will make, I'll leave them red. Now that way you can see that difference. Let's see, also set up. So this is set up to be a 200 scale drawing. Is that correct that you need?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So that's just a matter of, and if you don't, let's say if you decide you're going to keep the small series and not the 200 series, you could erase them, or you could simply freeze that layer. So if I freeze, say the 200 series layer, then I'm left with those. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I think we're in good shape. And now if your lines, like here, for instance, this line was drawn to 220.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
And you've got another white line under there on compare layer. So just, you know, keep track of that as you normally would. You know. So all the rest of that stuff, I can't help you with the technology. That's surveyor's judgment at that point.
Right.
So, all right, now, and again, this has my initials on the front of it. We'll save that, and it's using a coordinate file called Herbst merged right now. So we've actually got 3 coordinate files in this, you know, related to this folder or to this KAC job.
Yeah.
And there's also one, this 2206 related to this job. So if I were to set coordinate file for that one, because that's in 2219 Hutst.
Well, and it shouldn't be. That's part of the mistake I make when I do a save as and then pick a CRD file. Like, look at all the CRD files.
I was looking at that. Because you've got McGrath, Stolfers, Shockley, Groot, Putz, Cubbage, not to mention Herbst, Kunkus, and Hoof, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and they all live under Putz. So, yeah, you got to be careful where you put them. And so right now,
let me do a list all points on this drawing for a second.
All right.
Whoops.
Well, it's wanting to know the coordinate file 22026 Herbst. That's what was set up here.
Okay, so that's the one I want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, see, there are a lot of points here that I need that aren't in the other file.
All right. Now, is this coordinate file correct? Or, so I see you've got your 200 series, your 231, 232. I also see these others. What about these up here? See, there's also that 0.2, which
Right.
was way out in space.
Well, that's a different point too, I hope. I think that 0.2 should be.
This should be Herbst related.
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like maybe all of these might be good. How high did we go up? We go up to the 40, we go up to 47. So back here with a different file, we are up to 47. So, but you get those partial points, you know, the dot 3, dot 4, dot 5, those kind of things, which you probably need. So if we,
and also the 5,000 points, those are my
right, correct. So if we can do one of two things. We can merge the points from that other file that are not in this file into this file, or we can just switch to that file and see how the points fall. You know, have you done any changes to these points inside this drawing? Well, see, it's hard. All right, let me try this. If I do a point comparison, I'm gonna come over here in my coordinate file utilities, and I'm gonna compare points. The source of points for comparison are going to come from a coordinate file. or actually from another coordinate file. So what I'm comparing my points to in my current coordinate file, which is this Herbst merged. My source for comparison is going to be another coordinate file. And let's see, I'm going to put bearing and distance or let's look at deltas. No, let's look at coordinate values. All right, we'll do that. Compare all pairs. Report coordinates, points missing in drawing. All right. So the other file to compare now would be that right there. I don't know why that's station offset, but still, let's see. All right. So these are the points, coordinate file 1, coordinate file 2. So here's our Herbst merged. That's the ones that we've got in our drawing right now. These are those other ones that you had in that other file. So we're saying you've got 201 in coordinate file 1 versus 201 in coordinate file 2. And you can see the differences in those two numbers. Right?
Yeah.
Then all of the ones that are missing are missing. Where's the ones that are not missing? Maybe I need another switch. Compare points, another file. Oh, I know what that was. Yeah, that was because of that. So, because of that switch. So if I look at this now, there we go. So here we've got 6 and 6 look like the same number, right? 7 and 7, 8 and 8, 9 and 9, or 14 and 14, 15 and 15. So all of the ones that do match, you did not see in that last comparison. They had to be outside of a foot before they would show up. When I switched on to say compare all points, it's looking at the same, because you got duplicate point numbers. So it's looking at all those duplicate point numbers. Now you're going to find, you don't see point number 2 up here because it's not in one of the other files. It's only in the one file, because remember we erased it out, that was way out in space. So
Right.
that point doesn't really exist anymore. So point 2 should be a valid point now, although it's not in the drawing. It is in the coordinate file, in your old coordinate file. All right, so the only ones that are going to be different were that first one, this 01. So you see those two coordinates are different. Everything else looks to be the same. And then there's these that are not in the first coordinate file. All right, so if we do that one more time, and I'll uncheck this, I'm saying only show me the ones that miss, and let's put that down to a real tight tolerance, 0.001. Now we'll look at that. Look at that. And so now, what's going on here now?
Well, herps and putts are two completely different.
Oh,
jobs.
sorry. Gosh, I'm sorry. All right, and that's the problem with point and shoot is sometimes you miss. Just ask Dick Cheney. So there you go. So now the only pair that are greater than 0.001 feet away from itself between the two files, the only point number is this 201. So you need to resolve which one of those you want to keep.
Yeah.
And all of these others that say missing from coordinate file, well, these are the ones that are in the old file. That's their file 2 that are not in our current file, which is file 1. So we could, as soon as we resolve this 201, then we could merge everything from the old file into our new file or vice versa, and we'd be in good shape for a single file for everything in it. So here's a quick way of doing this 201. So I'm going to go from our coordinate file 1 to coordinate file 2. So I'm going to just highlight that and copy, and I'm going to have to do a Control C. I don't have, the mouse won't do it. And I'll exit that. And I'm going to draw. Call that compare 201. And we'll make it, say this blue cyan color. No elevation is good. Okay, so now it wants to know where from. I'm going to click down here and I'm going to type Control V. Now, that was northing and easting. So this is actually my X coordinate. So I'm going to highlight that. Sorry. I want to switch that backwards. Anyway, let me just type the number 245,837.9978, comma, and we'll come out here. And hit enter. Now, well, that didn't work. Control V. So if I want that X comma Y, I want that to be 245,837.9978, comma, that. And then I want to take.
And why do you want it to be X comma Y?
Because that's a CAD means of typing in a coordinate value. If you're typing coordinates for a CAD command, it's X comma Y comma Z. But the report from the coordinate file was northing easting, which is Y comma X.
Right.
Okay. Well, I don't get this. Let's try this again. So if I go from there, boy, finally got it to stick. All right, so there's 201. Move point attributes with leader.
Yeah, I know now what 201 is, and I actually don't need it.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to take that line out. So we'll get rid of 201 here in a second, but let me show you something else. What I was starting to try to do here was to see where 201 was in one file compared to the other and see how far apart they were. But I just realized all I needed to have done was do another point comparison. And instead of looking at north, south, east, and west, I'm going to look at delta. And so now there's your delta. There's first the northing and easting in elevation, and then there is the delta Y or the delta northing and the delta X or the delta easting. So 3.5 feet south, 13.3 feet north was the difference in 201. So do you need 201 in either of the two files?
I don't think so.
All right. I'll tell you what, we'll do. We'll call it, we'll change the point name 201 from new CRD. Point name is too long. Okay, sorry. We'll just call it 201. Just call it 201 new. And we will now, because we're still in our merged, we're going to import into the current file from this file there, 201. And let's draw locate. And we'll put those also in the 200 series. That's 201. And that 201 is 201 old. So now we have preserved them both. And we'll put this one out here and this one over here. And looks like your 17 and 18. Okay, hon. Did you study well, say hard for your test?
I did.
Okay. Sorry, Mike. Diane's heading off to an orthopedic appointment. She was wrestling a gate post out of the ground Saturday and it gave way and she fell and she broke her wrist.
Oh, no.
And it was on the same arm that she fell a couple of years ago down at Williamsburg and broke her elbow, just the other end of the same bone. So now let's see what this one is. All right, so 202. So there's some very slight difference. So it looks like that one's 202. That one's 17. And where is? That's 18. All right, so 17 is right there. 18 is right there. 202 is right there.
Okay.
Okay. So as long as you don't look at that and say, well, I mean, you know how to handle that. Just be aware that there are 3 separate points there and they are very slightly different.
Right.
Those were your 201s. Now you can, if you no longer need them in your drawing, then
Yeah.
you would just erase them from the drawing. And now you could do that by just erasing them, okay, like this. But they still live in your CRD file just in case you ever needed to go back to them, okay?
Okay. Mhm.
So now we still have, I think we're looking at merged. So if we look at that merged file with all points, we still only have the small numbers, there's your 201s and the 200 series, okay?
Yeah, and we don't have the control points.
Right, so we need all of those other points, but now there are no conflicts with bringing all of those other points in. So if I go back to my coordinate file utilities and what am I, let's see, coordinate Herbst merged. All right, so coordinate file utilities. We're in Herbst, here it is, so there, all right. So now I'm going to import, export points. I'm going to import into my current file and I'm going to bring in these, which were in my PUTS folder, but the 22026 Herbst file. And I'm going to bring them all in. And I'm going to, oops, 0.6. Let me see what happened here. Let me compare the points again. Another file. We'll make it even tighter. I don't care about that. Now, why? All right, so I'm in Herbst merged. There's a 0.6, 7, and 8. $21, $325, 87, 24. But in this file, see, there's also a 6, 21, 325.
Yeah, the 6 is the average of 6.1 and 6.2.
Okay. So, oh. The comparison didn't show up because they were the exact same number. So that part was good. So, all right. So now I know what to do. Now, I'm just sorry. I'm trying to get my head around it. So I'm going to open my coordinate file. I'm going to go back to my Herbst merged. And I'm going to import export coordinates into my current file from 22026, all points, except, see, store non-conflicting, automatically skip merge dialog if none, and create a point group. That's all good. I'm going to say, okay, now, so 0.6, see the target coordinate file, that's my file.
Yeah,
Here's your old file. So
Yeah.
at 0.6, you can see the coordinates there, and
Let's see.
including, well, you got a different description is all. You've got cluster average over here, you've got IPF.
Right.
So you can either overwrite or skip or renumber.
Just skip.
All right, so we skip that. It's going to go to the next one. And now these are going to all match except for probably the description.
Yeah.
And so I've got 24 pending points. So I'll skip that. And now the next one here is point number 7. Again, will this go out a little further? Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so now 7 you see is the same coordinate, different description. And this is the file that we're current in right now. These are the ones we're bringing in.
Yeah.
So we'll skip that. So let's go down here and find there's 7. Skip. 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 Oops. Skip. Now we could do that. We got 20 more. I wonder if it'll let me. No. Where's? Oops. I'm saying next conflict. $26, skip. 26.1 is not a conflict. All right, so 8 more here. All right, so 42, yep, it's a thing, so there. Now that I'm almost finished, I'm sure there's probably a way that I could have just said, skip all, but let me see, I had one more that I missed. There we go. Skip, skip, skip. So resolved all of those. Take a real quick pass down through here visually to make sure they're all green. Yep, say okay. And this is going to be merge from I'll now list those points all. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 1, 6, 2, 7, 7, 1, 7, 2, all of those. They're going to come down. They're going to end in the 47s. There's your 201 new and old. Now the old and the 201 are the same because we brought that one back in again. We could get rid of that one, which I will to get rid of the confusion. And there's our 5,000 series. So with that, we are going to exit that, and I'm going to erase points by number 201 from the coordinate file. Yes, yes, and yes. So now, all should be right with the world, and you have your 200 series, you've got your small series. Now remember, we plotted these. There's your small series, and they're on this 0.200, or that's your 0.200 series, the X's. The greens are your small series. So that was through, the 1 to 47. And the 201 old and new, we took out of the drawing. We didn't need it anymore. You said you knew what that was and didn't need it. It
Right.
still is in the CRD file though, in case. And where was 230? There we go. You also have on the small layer that you see over here, point small, you've also got a point 230. Oh, sorry. No, okay, I guess I didn't do it correctly. So 230 is that one.
Okay.
And 231, the 230 and 231 came from the later drawing, not from that other 22026 Herbst. That one did not have 230 and 231 in it. So now we've got a file that's got everything from both files. It's got none of those frozen layers. So now it's all good to go. But manage your layers and your points accordingly, and recognize you've got everything's in the drawing now. Except for all of those, averages and those cluster averages stuff. You've got the ones that represent the cluster average, but not the other ones. You've also, like, you don't have the 5,000. You've got these. If I look at my point group manager, you've got these. There's your small numbers. Well, except you don't. No. No, let me see, Mike. We'll make another one here too, by the way. Is that control? What are these 5,000?
They're all control points. One is the base where I set up my base station, and I always put a point about 10 feet away from my base station to check into to make sure everything is copacetic.
Okay, so calling this group control is correct.
Yes.
All right, and so these are the ones that came in from the old file. This is now separated as the 200 series. But 17 and 25. I don't need the small numbers. 17 is now included there. 25 is now included there. So I can actually take this like so. The small numbers 2 through 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay. Now let's try one more time. We're going to draw, locate points. Oh, actually before. We're going to erase points from the screen. All points. No from the coordinate file. Both. Now we're going to draw, locate points. On the 200 series, I'm going to draw this group. So there's my 200s. And that includes that 201 new and old, which I'll just get rid of. Now, I'm going to draw locate points. And we're going to change this to point small. And we're going to draw the small numbers there. Now that's going to be a bunch of you got all of these things in here like that, right? All of the, you got some cluster averages in here that you know how to deal with those. Okay, so I'm just putting in this drawing all the points from the coordinate file that you've worked with. So if you don't need them in the drawing as you go through this, just get rid of them or get rid of all of them and only draw back the ones you know that you need.
Okay.
All right. And then finally, draw locate points. I'm going to put some control. And you may or may not need those, but I'll put them there. There's our control group. Say okay. And there you go.
Okay.
All right. Okay. That, of course, I mean, it's not ready for final publication, but you've got all the points from all of those sources now up into this new file called Herbst Merged. That is now your officially sacrosanct, blessed scripture.
Okay, let me see what I got here. Yep, okay.
All right.
Everything's good, yep.
So
okay.
On to the next. Do you want to look at the drawing template stuff?
Yes, yes. Now,
Okay.
let me show you what, let's see, I guess I can get out of this, right?
Yep.
And this,
Mm-hmm. Now,
And
keep in mind, if you go back to that 22026 Hertz drawing,
yeah,
the points that are showing in that drawing and the coordinate file that's associated with it are not the same thing as in the KAC drawing.
right. So I should use the KAC drawing from now on, right?
I would, and if you needed to, you could take that 22026 Hertz drawing and put it in an archive location or change its name to old 22026 Hertz, whatever you want to do with them, just, be aware.
Okay,
And so, but I think your KAC drawing is as current and correct as we can make them.
okay,
Okay, and don't forget, if you need them later for final platting, you do have the contours on a frozen set of layers.
okay.
All right, okay. So onward and upward.
Okay, creating a template.
Okey doke. And the easiest thing to do there is to get a drawing that you like, and we'll turn that into a template.
Okay, well, let's let me open the drawing that I have. That I've started to work on.
All right.
Now, one of the things I didn't, and where I've stopped on this is I was looking at my layers,
Uh-huh.
and a lot of these layers, these topo layers, I was going through and deleting layers that were generic to one particular drawing,
Uh-huh.
and all of these topo layers, I don't know where they came from, but it wouldn't let me delete
Right.
them.
Well, I'll tell you where they came from. If you scroll down and look at one of the lists right there, you see where it says topo and there's a vertical line and then the layer name.
Yes.
That indicates that it came from an XREF. You had an XREF into this file called topo.
Okay.
And recognized it and brought it in. Now, you don't have it in there anymore, but you did have it at one point, and when it came in, it brought the layers with it. So now, what we can, and if you go to try to delete, let's say if we just take these and try to delete them, it's going to say XREF dependent layers cannot be deleted.
Yeah.
So, however, they can be purged. Okay. Now, when I purge, it gets rid of every layer that has nothing on it. So that may or may not be what I wanted to do. Okay, so if I let's undo that for a second and put those guys back. See your layers. All right, so they're now back. But to control, instead of purging everything, I'm going to do my purge from my file menu, drawing utilities purge. And instead of just saying automatically and confirm each and purge nested, I'm not going to confirm. I will purge orphaned, but I'm going to look at layers and I'm only going to select certain ones. Like there's one. Why won't it let me? I guess I have to sit on them and hit purge individually. So if I come down here now to the do items I can. Well, they're not showing up here. That's interesting. Yeah, see, this was where we had a topo background. I see from the color that we made that light. But the problem is I can't. Yeah, I know that. But if I say purge, it's going to get rid of everything else that I've got in there that I want to keep.
Could we pick a different drawing?
No, not necessarily. Here's what I am going to do though. We're going to make we're going to open up a temporary new drawing. Just call it drawing 1. I don't care about any of that at this point, and I'm going to go back to here. And I'm going to take the one I want, these layers, I'm going to select them. Actually, instead of those, I'm going to come down here and find topo. And scroll down and find the last topo. Now those are selected, so I'm going to right click and choose invert the selection. So now I've got everything above and below, and I'm going to drag and drop them over here. So those are all the layers minus the topo. I'm going to come back to my SHEPP template layers, right click and purge. And now I'm going to come back here, select all, and drag them and drop them back over to here. And now I've got these copy ofs, which I can delete. There we go. $0
Might be my stamp. No, the PS stamp is below that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just changing the name. Oh, all right. So that's metal block PC stamp. All right. I think I don't need this anymore. Now back to this. As your signature is loaded. The stamp is in there as a block. That's all good. Next. Wonder what that is. That layer. Title block PS stamp. That's the layer that the block is actually made on. All right, so that's all right. We can leave that like that. Okay, so we've cleared those conflicts out. Now, I'll let you drive, go to the next topic.
The next topic?
Yeah, like what else you might want to have or not have, or
Oh, well, I've got notes and stuff like that that I can just pick and pull from other drawings, right?
yes, you can do that from other drawings. You can also, just, you can have those sitting on the sides there if you want them. And drag them over and put them into place. You might have to change the text size depending. But the easiest thing to do is, like, if you go and open another drawing, you go to that. In fact, go ahead and do one just as an example. So if you open up another drawing,
One that I've actually done a plat on, yes.
all right?
I don't remember what the difference between copy and drawing is. 722. That one, 626. This is it.
Now, anything that you want to move over, go ahead and select it. And like, if you want that, now go to the left if you want to do a crossing. There you go. And if you need more, go back and now grab something else if you want to take more than one thing.
No, I think that's it.
All right, and then right click and clipboard. There you go. And copy with a base point. Well, okay, you can copy, that's fine. Because you're on this sheet, you're going to be in the same spot. So go back to template. And now right click and choose paste to original coordinates. Under clipboard, yeah. There it is. Now be careful when you do that. You see, you've also
Yep.
hold this. No, that's all right. Go ahead and you do that again. Go ahead and just cross them like you did. Okay. Now you've also got the viewport selected. Hold the shift key now and go and click the viewport. And that unselects it. Now the only thing selected are those notes.
Okay, I just want to move them over to the side.
Perfect. Okay, yep, and that's the way you do it. Now you could have chosen, in fact, I'll show you, just right click clipboard and instead of paste to original coordinates, just choose paste. And now you can position it when you bring it in.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
now it's the same thing, you've already got it, so you can just press escape if you want.
Okay, then and I can do the same thing with title blocks.
Yep.
Basically,
Exactly.
I do three different kinds of plats. I do minor subdivisions, I do merger boundary line adjustments, and I just do plain old surveys. And they each have their different notes and different title blocks that go with them. But I can just go one of those plats, copy the information into this drawing and change it as needed, right?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay, so then how do I save this as a template?
Okay. We'll go ahead and close off your Henry drawing just so we get that out of the way. All right, so now to make this a template, you're going to choose a file, save as.
Should I make sure that everything's unfrozen? I think I've done that.
It wouldn't hurt. Let's go ahead and click off of it and go to your model space. And now choose that freeze thaw or thaw on all layers, which is that right, oh, all the way to the right, right, keep two more right there. All right, so there you go. Now zoom extends. All right, so those are the things that are in here. So now just select those and delete them. Nope, you got to go crossing. You got to go to the left. There you go. Now just delete that. Now you're in good shape. You can go back to your final plat tab if you'd like.
There's another thing there, I think.
Oh, yep, sure enough.
Let me do another zoom extends.
Or you can, if you don't have anything drawn in here that you want to keep, just pull down edit erase and choose select. And now type ALL. Enter and then enter. Now, see, it said that 107 were not in the current space. That means it saw the ones over on final plat tab, but it didn't erase them.
Okay.
It just told you that they're there. Okay. So now there it is. And you can save as.
Now that's interesting because I thought I'd already done that. I thought I had already cleaned everything out, but I hadn't.
Apparently
Okay.
not.
Save as.
Now, down at the bottom where it says save as type.
Yeah.
Change that to AutoCAD 20. Hold a second, let me get rid of that. So AutoCAD 2018, you see your different choices and you keep right there. Oh, you just passed it. AutoCAD drawing template. Right. Keep coming down. Two more, right there. So if you choose that.
Well, would it be AutoCAD or?
Well, it's IntelliCAD. It's
okay. Okay, so I picked that one.
Yep. So go ahead and choose that. And now you see where it's put you. It's still going to be in that Carlson job folder template folder. Now, at this point, like you don't know, let me stop this for a second. I'm going to cancel this and I'm going to show you one of the, here's where these go. If we look at IntelliCAD settings.
Yeah.
No. That's what I wish they would. I wish they would put this in the. It's the options. It's not the drawing settings. It's. I don't think it's drawing aids. It's IntelliCAD options as opposed to IntelliCAD settings. This only affects the drawing. It's these options that we want right here. And we look at this paths and files.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the categories is where to look for templates. And you got sheet set templates, which we're not worrying about sheet sets at this point. And you've got templates folders. Now you can add another folder there if you want, but right now this is going to go in a location called Drive C, Users, SHEPP, App Data, Roaming, Carlson Software, Carlson 2023, CAD 10.1 X4. SUP, the support directory as it installs it. And this is one of the things I despise about Windows is it buries all this stuff in places where nobody can remember where they go. But that's where this one's going to go. So I'm going to say, let's see if I can edit that. So here's the folder. So I'm going to click up in there till it turns blue, and I'm going to right click and choose copy. Okay. Now that I've got that, I can cancel that. And then I'm going to file, save as a drawing template. And where I'm going to put it now, instead of here, I'm going to right click up here. Whoops. I'm going to change this again to trigger, and I'm going to right click and paste so that it goes to that location. And now I'm in where these are all those other templates that show up when you start. So we're going to call this SHEPP template. Is that what you want to call it? That should be fine.
Yeah.
We save that. Now, close that. And now go ahead and do a new drawing. Use a drawing template. Next. And now pull that list down and choose SHEPP template. And finish. And the template will come up, but it asks you now to give it a drawing name. So you can choose set, navigate to a folder and give it a name. So go ahead and let's do that. Choose your set button. And now you're in Carlson Projects. So you want to make sure you put it where you want to do, and just go ahead and make a new job, call it junk or whatever, wherever you want to go.
Let me put it here. Didn't I call something here junk a while ago? I guess not. Yeah, there.
Okay, so go there, and now wherever you put your drawings, now you want to, well, I wouldn't choose that. Just give it a name now. Call it
Junk.
new project drawing or something. All right, and choose save. And then it's ready to go there. You say open. And now you set your scale and your projection for your coordinate system and all that kind of stuff.
Now, what if you don't know what the scale is going to be yet?
But it doesn't matter. You can set it to whatever you think it is.
Okay.
And then if you need to change it at any point, you go up to settings, drawing, setup, and change it.
I'm going to set it at 100 because I like 100.
Okay, now if 100 is common, I'll show you how we can make that be what shows up the
Okay.
first time.
Is there a way I can get this to come up automatically too? It's West Virginia North.
I think maybe, yeah. Now make sure about that. What, like when you use your GPS, doesn't it use WGS 84 as a data? And they're essentially identical, but they're slightly different.
Well, that's a good question. I'm pretty sure that I'm using NAD 83.
Well, yeah, it is NAD 83 as your state plane zone, but it's the lat long datum that is being referenced. And most modern things are done on the World Geodetic System of 1984, but I don't know that for sure. I don't know what your system is set up to be.
I don't know either, but I'll check on that.
Yeah, and leave it at that if you want, because if that's what's been working, that's fine. And go ahead and say next. And now you see The drawing name has been set. We've got a coordinate file, new or existing. We would type new or select new and let it choose the same name if we want. That's fine. No import. Of course, if you had a coordinate file already, you wanted to use it, you could point it to an existing file. That would be fine. But now
Okay.
it's an empty coordinate file. Your model space should be empty. Your drawing tab is ready to go. And that's good to go. And you see up in the tabs on the drawing list, this one now says new project drawing.dwg. Your layers should be set to what those last layers were. Your text styles, all of that kind of stuff is good to go.
Okay.
Now, if you go to settings, this is where you could change drawing setup if you needed to change scale later.
Right. Drawing setup.
Yeah. And this would be like if you needed to change the scale, you would set it here. And now this is where I would also change this to be 1. Just so you get the right,
Change which to be 1.
the one I just highlighted there,
The
LT
LT scale.
Yeah. Make sure that's 1. And then, and we do that because of, I'm going to do MS LT scale, make sure that's on. It is. PSLT scale should also be on. Yeah. That's an AutoCAD differential. That's a holdover from the old days of Carlson. I would always change that to 1. And you have to do that from here. You don't get it in the wizard when you start. You have to come here and set that to 1. And that's going to be what will make your line styles over in model space match how this is going to work. Okay.
Okay.
Now go to settings and choose Carlson configure. And under the drawing setup button, right, see that horizontal scale 50?
Yeah.
Change that to 100 if that's the one you want most of the time. And then I would change the vertical scale to 10. You're not doing a whole lot of profiling, but that's just a more of a convention. And the symbol name right now is set to SPT4 as your typical symbol. If you use the wipeouts most often, I would set that and change that to the SPT4 with wipeout. So keep
I
coming.
don't normally put print elevations. Should I turn that off?
Yeah, you could. And then the symbol name right there where it says set SPT4, just to the left of where you were, right? No, to the left, down 1, right there. So right now it's looking at SPT4 without the wipeout. Pull that top pull down to points and wipeout and choose SPT4W. Now everything's good. And the coordinate system down there say grid and the projection 83 zone. There you go. Lat long datum. Okay. Now say okay. And now when you exit, it's going to ask you a question here. It said apply drawing setup changes to the current and future drawings or only to future drawings. And yeah, you might as well do that. It's not going to hurt anything because you've already got that set anyway. So there you go. Now that part's being done. Let me check a couple of variables for you here. That one's good. That one's good. Okay, so we don't need to change those. We'll do selection and a display is off. That's good. Okay, so your variables were already set. Everything's good. Now, when you let's go ahead and close this drawing and start and then start a new one, and you'll see everything should be like you like it.
Save this one.
No need. That's just a junk drawing. It's as if you started a new drawing. Okay. So now when this comes up, do a new drawing. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Here, let me step through this pretty quick. I'm sorry. I know that's not the right template, but I'm not setting this. I did want to set one more thing. Up here under settings, crossing configure, this should be startup settings. Now, if we see that, there's your default template. If I want to instead start with my SHEPP template, I'm going to point it there first. And where do I want to start looking for projects? Like it comes up with Carlson projects, but you go to your desktop.
SHEPP land surveying and mapping.
2023 jobs. Would that
Yeah.
be? So if we start there and say, okay, application, okay, so that's good. So we've started that, we've updated that, we'll exit that. We're going to go all the way out. Now we're going to, is this what you use?
Yeah.
Started, so we start that up. Now I'm going to let you go through creating a new drawing. Use a template. Now you see it's ready to go with SHEPP.
Yeah.
So this is going to come up and now it's ready to go with that 100 scale.
Yeah.
And it's also West Virginia North. So all we got to do now is set. And we're going to, now you see where it's starting you in 2023 jobs.
Yeah.
Over there on the right hand, 3 from the bottom, there's junk. Now you can just type a file name in this. Yeah, now up there where it says file name, just type a name. And you can call that, you know, test or whatever you want to call it. Okay. So now you don't have to do all that navigation around. Go ahead and choose next.
Okay, but I could go ahead and put the project name in, the job number,
Yep.
and all of that.
That is correct.
Okay.
And then next, and then there's your coordinate file set up next. Whether it's new or existing. And I wish they'd change that because it comes in with existing and some people, well, sometimes they'll get that mixed up and they'll clear out a coordinate file. So now notice down below, there's a thing that says warning due to known limitation, unable to set annotation scale for a drawing saved in older DWG format. That's something you can ignore.
Okay.
That will get set correctly anytime you need to use annotation scaling. So I wouldn't worry about that in the least.
Okay.
And that should be good to go. You can go to model space and make sure, you know, all your layers are now on and thawed, and you can zoom extents and there should be nothing in there. And one over right there. We'll do a zoom extents first of all. There you go. Now, I see what you're doing. You're trying to find something. Just type the word select. And when it asks you to select entities, type all. and enter. All right, so now you've made a selection set and you can just type list or delete or anything. And when it asks you to, there you go, delete. When it asks you to select objects, type P for previous. It did find two. Wonder what they were. That's instead of deleting. Oops.
No, those two elements would be in my template too, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out what we got here. Instead of that, I'm going to list what those two things were. All right, if I list all. See, it's not showing them. It's like there's a. Let's see, it only. It's those, let me see, erase previous. Two found, two not in current space. I don't know what those are. I select all. Yeah, see, it's finding two entities. It's hard to say what they are. Let me look under here for a minute, under blocks, maybe. No, because those are all the blocks. North arrow, your PE stamp. Well, I think those are things that we're just not going to be able to get rid of, because if we erase all, let's see, everything's here. Oops. If we come back here and we SELE. And then if we list P for previous. Now it's clear. When I pasted up there, I hit enter to make it change. That's what I was doing with that pasting.
Okay.
Now I save that. Yes, I'll replace it. And then we do a new drawing by template. There it is. Finish. And there's our scale, state plane. We'll give it a new drawing name. We're right here in 2013, 2023 jobs. We'll go to junk, Carlson, and we'll call this one junk 3. Open that, fill that out. We'd say next. Coordinate file will be a new one. We'll say next. There's that. We'll go to model space. And now we'll select, and let's see if it still brings those back all. And now if we list P for previous. Yeah, see, there's some kind of transient object in there that's just not, it's not selectable. There's nothing in there right now, because if we go, I'm going to zoom way out. You can't tell that I'm zooming, but I'm going to draw a little line here now.
Like quantum mechanics.
Yeah, exactly right. And so now if I do a zoom extents, see, it still only goes to there. So it knows there's nothing in there. Okay, so you should be good to go.
Okay, good.
All right. Anything next?
Is it possible to use the GIS software to bring a floodplain into a drawing? Or should I just do it the way I've been doing it?
Well, we can, as long as we know where that data is going to come from. So let's try that. Let's go to model space. I'm going to where do you know that there's a I'm going to attach and let's find a job that we know had a floodplain on it. Go ahead and navigate.
One that I'm currently working on. Going to Carlson.
Yeah, where I'm looking for a drawing file. There you go. And where it says insertion point for block, I'm going to down here, we're going to type 0,0, scale of 1 equal rotation of 0. And then I'll close that off. And so now when I zoom extents, okay, so here's my coordinate space. I want to make sure I'm in the right space.
Yeah.
So I'm now again, that's just an attached drawing. We'll detach it here in a minute. So now let's go to your GIS module. And up under the GIS data. Now I like to do this. Now go ahead and choose that and choose GIS settings. Now these will stay if you've used it before, it'll keep those files. But anytime I'm doing a new one, I like to go ahead and choose select and make sure I'm in my junk Carlson folder. That's fine. And I'm just going to call this GIS data, except change the tab to new at the top. Although it would have just simply said it doesn't exist, create it now. So GIS data, that's fine. Say open. And now for the second file, choose select. And that part's good. Hit select one more time. And I call this one Carlson GIS data. And say open. And so we've now, oh yeah, see that we didn't change it to new. That's fine. Go ahead and create it now. Yes. And say okay. And say okay. And so now to be able to find the floodplain data, you're going to go up to the GIS data menu and you're going to choose out of this part down here in the middle, either like if we have some GIS data, if we know that there's a shape file or a geodatabase that we have downloaded separately, we could have done that. We don't know that yet. You can choose one of these three things here. Now this one, Esri services, it's going to download all the things that are available And that's these, and it's almost all imagery. There's like a soil survey, oceans we don't need. This is all imagery, topo, terrain, street. So there's probably no floodplain stuff in here. Doesn't look like there is. So that I'm going to cancel. Now you could, bring in your image, and it's really not much better than a Google image, which you could also choose from, place Google Earth image. But, and by the way, none of this stuff works unless you have set what you already have, this right here.
Okay, right.
So the other one, instead of that, we have this one, the web feature service and the REST services. Those are things where we have set up some server names based on that WVU stuff. So if we look at the web feature service, it wants to know a bounding box. So let's say we just look at this area in here, and it's going to download again some potential services, whatever we have set. And see this server URL right now, it's looking for transportation map. So I would pull this down and see if there's one that we've already set. There's, what is that, National Flood Hazard? Is that what that is?
Yeah, looks like it.
And then here's whatever that is. I'm not even sure. There's some contours, there's structures, selectable polygons go. So right now let's look at this. And so we've got base flood elevations, base indexed, firm panels, flood hazard boundaries and zones. If I choose, let's see if I can get them both.
Too bad there isn't a way to hook into the West Virginia flood tool.
Well, possibly. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Let's see what this is going to give us, because it might be the same data. So it is thinking.
Well, it says pick a second corner of bounding blocks.
Well, we already did. You see the coordinates down there?
Oh,
that was when we picked
yeah.
it. So
Okay. So it's thinking. That's what the blue circle is doing.
yeah. Yeah. So it's pulling this in from FEMA. And that's what I would suspect the West Virginia flood tool is also using that same data. But we'll take a look and see here if it ever comes back.
So what topics were you teaching to at the engineering company?
I gave them a real quick fundamentals run through, and then we do 2 sessions of civil, and then a concluding session of hydro. And for the civil, it's basically, there's 2 groups of people. And like I said, there's 30-ish total. And of those 30, they're divided into 2 basic groups. There's the land development group, and then there's the transportation group. So the civil focus for the land dev group is going to be on things like grading and all of the different things you would use for like single site or small area development, whereas the transportation group is really focused on the roadway stuff.
Right.
And so they're, like I said, they're a great bunch of people. I've just really had a good time, which I don't get in a lot of these Zoom classes, because I get a bunch of people from everywhere and different companies and all with different agendas. And plus you can't see people's faces. I mean, you can leave the cameras on, but that's still, it's a point removed, and you can't interact as well. I mean, I think we learned that during the pandemic when all the kids got forced out of school. We've lost those years. And so I don't like that aspect of doing it via Zoom, but I do like the aspect of being able to have a recording. So.
Right.
Well, this looks like it's going to founder on us. I wish they gave us some kind of progress indicator, but they don't on this. Yeah, see, it's not responding. I can't even get to the
Control,
taskbar. Pardon?
Control Alt Delete.
Yeah, give that a shot. And let's go to up that top.
Carlson.
Yeah. And choose end task. All right, so back into it. Let's load that same file up. I doubt it didn't save anything. We'll have to reattach. Just open files and choose that jump 3. Let me look at something here a quick second. CADNet is not installed. Annotation scale used in the drawing does not match the values set in Civil 3D objects. Where are you getting Civil 3D objects? Scale.
Odd, I have never used Civil 3D.
No. I don't know. Somehow or another, something that maybe Carlson used to set it up with. Nope, didn't find a thing. Okay, well, then I would not worry about that. All right, so let's attach. And it was your 2023 Wilcoxon. That was it. All right. Now your GIS settings should be. Well, apparently it didn't. Keep those. That's fine. And we'll just put them back to where they were. Okay, now that one didn't give us what we really were looking. Let's see what we have set up. Now the REST servers, we've got the West Virginia imagery set to that. So we need to add the service, in which case we need to go to West Virginia imagery. Let's go to services. Sure if it would be under hazards or inland waters. Let's look for hazard. Here's the flood tool. All right, and so this is a REST service right here.
Mhm.
So we're going to, I wonder if we choose this whole thing right here, we're going to copy this and we'll come back here and we're going to add that. Now I wonder if that, say it says invalid. So we have to go down to a specific one. So that's the community boundaries, critical dam inundation. What are we looking for? We're looking for, there's your flood hazard.
How about the risk map? Yeah, one down. Is that what we're
Right
looking
here,
for? Up one.
right there. All right, let's see what it is. It's 1 to 24,000 scale. So that's quad sheet scaling. Appropriate attribute fields, legends, all layers and tables. All right, let's see if we can copy this. And paste that. All right, so this is going to give us let's just look at that, see if there's any elevations. I don't think. We'll just put it on a layer called county layer. Let's see what we get with this. There's our bounding box. Pick first corner of another bounding box, enter to end. So I'll hit enter. And it says canceled. So it didn't bring over that. If we do this again, let's open the browser and go to hazards. Now here's your flood hazard zones.
How about the flood tool? We've already tried that. It was highlighted
Where do you see that?
up 3, right below, down 1. Expert view, hazards, flood tool, expert view.
This one?
Yeah.
What's that going to give us? Statewide flood layers and reference layers.
FEMA effective floodplain layers.
Right there. All right, so let's see if we can take it at the top level. We'll come back. We add the service. All right, so now erase some cross-section lines, base flood elevation line, FEMA effective floodplain, flood tool, flood hazard. What are we going to look at? Let's see.
The effective floodplain looks good.
All right, let's see what else we've got down here. Flood tool. There's an effective floodplain here. And if we say, come on, oh, man. Completely killed us.
Well, maybe it's just better off doing it the old fashioned way.
Well, let's see, go ahead and open that file back up and I think it's the first one there now showing. There it is. And this time, should have done this last time, but I don't know why I didn't. Save. All right. Yeah, settings. And save again. All right. REST services. Now. Open the browser again. This was expert view. Copy. Paste. And we'll come, so we're gonna switch to geometry with data. Now that was what killed us last time. Let's see if it kills us again. Huh. All right, so now the files are there. So let's see what geometry only gives us. The problem with geometry only is we're not going to get the data with it. And I think that's what we're going to need. All right, so if we come down under effective floodplain. All right, so there's that. But it comes in on a layer effective floodplain, D from panel index and effective floodplain. See, it doesn't tell us what that is. Is that the 100-year, the 500-year? That's the panel. You see, it doesn't tell us what the panel is. It's just the drawing stuff. So if we erase by layer, select from the screen. So what I'd like to do is, first of all, I'm going to save that so that server is set. So now when this comes back up, can you hit the exit button? It's not responding to mine. Is yours either?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to stop remote control and restart it. So you have to approve that.
Okay, it hasn't come up yet. Still hasn't come up yet.
All right, request remote control, request. Nothing.
Well, it's got the blue circles on the, now it's, nope, nothing.
All right, let me talk you through it. Go to the GIS data menu. Choose the Esri REST services. One more down. What? Right up, two up. Right there. And now scroll to the bottom and see if you can check the import option geometry with data. Right down to the right, just to the right and down. Right
Oh.
there. See if you can check that. That's the problem. It's killing that. All right, let me see. All right, if I do this, I'm going to request remote control one more time. Do you get that now?
Nope.
All right, so that was the expert view. If I go to that expert view, I wonder why they got one called test. Panel index. Remove that one. And let's add this one. Base flood line, cross-section lines to the FEMA effective floodplain. Wow, it sure doesn't like those. So if I go to this, and then look at flood data coverage, let me see. What do we get? We get the name. Flood data coverage. For this FEMA effective floodplain. So instead of getting the top level, I'm going to drill down into that one that we kept trying to bring in. And let's see what that's going to do for us. Remove that. Remove that one too. That's not got much. Going to add. Okay, so that's just that one. I'll turn it on. Now see if I can get. Haha, there we go. The CAD layer, FEMA effective floodplain. Entity ID will be our object ID, description. That was flood zone. Elevation, I don't think there is any elevation data. Excuse me, nope. And then what layer use is, let's use the flood zone layer as well. We'll import that. We're going to go from here to here. Now, it's not going to clip to this layer. It's going to bring in anything that is possibly in that. Enter to end. So now we've got the flood zone. And if we look at the GIS data menu, we're going to use the data inspector. So the GIS inspector wants us to select the entities. I'll just make sure I get them on. I think there's only one. And let's put in the DFirm ID, the flood zone. And let's see, depth, what else might be good to look for? Floodplain type. And now as I move the mouse, it's going to pop up and tells me there's the firm. That's zone A. The depth is a meaningless number. And it is the effective 100-year zone A. Okay. So now with that, if we had an area that had more than one zone, you would have seen other things pop up, and you would see again from GIS data inspector. You would see whatever we choose. See, it's highlighting that one. So if we had multiples, you'd see different ones. So there's your 100 years. So that's label floodplain type is effective 100-year zone A. So you could also then label the data. And let's say inside a closed polyline, we would select all the ones we wanted to label, and let's put the floodplain type. And if we're at 100 scale, that'll be 10 to give us a 10th. And we'll draw that. Select. Where did it go? There it is. So we could actually bring it into the drawing, or let's see if we can do GIS label. Let's do along the polyline. What else did we have? Study type point ID, flood zone. Let's see if that. And let's pick the label location. Zoom automatically, erase old, and draw. Please pick the label location for the highlighted. And we'll just come right here and say right there. So that was our zone A. So if we want a little more explanation along polyline, let's move that back and choose this. We'll set that. That's fine, like it is. No prefix, no suffix. Pick the label, zoom automatically. Erase old and draw. So pick the label location. We'll just pick it here. And that puts it like that. And we would go to back to survey, annotate, flip labels. And we would do it like that. And we could take out the word effective if we wanted, or whatever we did. So now we could do that. And then we could say erase. This is that's in a referenced file. So if we draw a rectangle here and say edit erase by closed polyline, select our polyline to the outside and say okay. No exclusion. So now we've got that. Now, so we've trimmed that out, but this is now just a polyline and a polyline. And if I were to go back to GIS and try to do the inspector or whatever. Well, it still retains the data, even though it's no longer a closed polygon. Okay, not bad. What happened to our? Gonna reference. Catch.
Uh-oh.
The erasing outside because part of this was outside of that. It took the whole thing out. So I had to, I had to reattach it. So I should have unloaded it before I did that erase outside. So in any case, now, so that brings this one in, and then of course you can take this layer, which is FEMA effective floodplain. And let's find. I've got one with underscores, one with spaces. I don't know which one it is. It must have been. Let's change the color to, okay, so that layer, the one with underscores, was empty. So if we say make it red, we give it I'll just use dash for the moment. So we could do it like that. And line type, yes.
Now, why are there two I mean, there wouldn't be both 100-year floods that far apart.
No, that's the banks. It floods between these two lines.
Okay.
That's what that's showing. If we did,
So I probably just need to show the higher limit on my plat.
no, you need to show them both. You would do something like this. Let's put that. That would be what you would do.
Okay.
So that's because remember when we trimmed it, it used to come all the way out here and come around. So that is the 100-year zone. So you wouldn't just put a line, I mean, The only reason you'd only have one line is if the other zone was like way outside of what you're looking at. So this is the actual zone, and you can make that, you know, a solid like you see, or, you know, that one at 100 scale or 200 scale, or however you wanted to represent that.
Okay.
Okay, so that's let's put it. It's 254, that's 3. And solid. Draw orders in the back and go. All right, so then spine locked. No. So there's that. And we want to set that to be. Now there's 100 scale.
Now, is there an easy way for me to take that to my Wilcoxon drawing, which is actually where I need it?
Oh, yeah. Just like you would do it any other way. I'm gonna talk you through it and let you drive.
Okay,
And now you also, like, you may want that line to be less heavy. So let me. It's still 100. Make that one. And let's change that FEMA layer. Maybe that. Instead of dashed, let's use dash as a smaller. Oh boy, that really got small. Send that to the back again. Let's see if we can see the. Don't like these dash patterns very well. Let's see. You can play with that. As you need. Must have changed the scale on this. Yeah, I didn't lock it, so. Now I realize you're not gonna do it with this file here. But you've got this stuff created now. Let's go back to the model tab. Again, I'm gonna let you drive. So go back to model tab. And zoom back out a ways. Now I would just go to your XREF and you want to unload this. You could even detach it if you'd like, it doesn't matter. Okay, now close that. See, it stays attached, but we're no longer going to see it. So now you've got the two red line dash lines, you've got the shading, and you've got that label that you might or might not need to reposition. So we want to take this from this drawing into the other drawing. So let's open up the other drawing first. Okay. Now, just like you did on the notes for the other drawing, you're going to take that and also get that label that was down there. Whoops, escape. Okay, there you go. Yep, that's it. And you have to, yep, and copy with a base point. Okay, now type in 0, 0. Hit enter. Now go to the Wilcoxon drawing, and you want to paste to original coordinates. As long as you're on the same coordinate system, I think you are. There it is. And now put that, select your zone and send it to the back. Okay, there it is.
Beautiful.
All right. Now, do you know of one that has multiple zones on it? Or an area?
Not really, but for my purposes, I only need the 100-year flood.
Okay,
That's the one I'm expected to show.
okay. I was
I think they all have multiple zones on it. This is the Potomac River.
well, all right, go ahead and save this drawing. And then let's I'd like to go back to let's open up a drawing that you know also has the flood zone on it that you've done before maybe. And I want to make sure you know how to get it from the GIS side.
Okay. Oops, that's the wrong one.
Okay, now leave the, yeah, so that, what is that? Is that the 100?
Yeah.
Okay, yep, 100-year floodplain. Okay, so let's go back to model space. And let's see where this is going to bring in. Let's see how they compare. So we're going to go to the GIS module, which you're already there. Let's go to that and, yep, choose that and choose the GIS settings. Make sure we set our two files here. So we're going to select, remember I just said GIS data. Then we hit the bottom select, and then we have to hit select again. And Carlson GIS data. Okay. Okay. Now you want to get the data. Remember, this is that REST service. And now, right now it's showing, but here's why. If you look up at the very top pull down, that you see those are the different, we've got imagery. See, there's another, if you wanted to get the photos, you would pull that imagery down and you would, you know, choose a different thing that you're bringing in.
Mhm.
So when you go back to bringing those photos down, you're going to need to pull that down. But since we're now pointing to this effective floodplain, that's fine. And we want to, before we do anything there on choosing what we want to bring in, we want to make sure that we have the bottom left checkbox that says apply coordinate transformation on, which we do, all the way at the bottom down there. And then we want to change it to geometry with GIS data. Now,
Let me come back and ask a question.
Sure.
So if I'm looking at the photograph, if I'm looking for the images, I
yeah,
select this one. I pick this one, right?
well, yeah, but you pull that down, but now instead of, you see that it's still showing flood tool as the one that you're selected.
Yes.
So go
Right.
down to the bottom one. Right
Okay.
there. Yep. So if you choose that, then that gives you that.
Okay.
All right. So now that was different though from that, you know, the real high resolution stuff. That's done with a different method.
Yeah. Okay. That you go to images for that one.
No, actually it's I think,
Yeah. You go up to images and place image by world file.
yeah, because it's not, I was going to say we've got these other shape
Yeah,
files.
but we've already got a way to do it. There's
Yeah, with the images. The shape files was where we took it from let me see what you've got in your shape files. You've got oh, there's the contours. National park boundaries. Okay, so that was all right, so those are the contours that we did with the shape files. Good. And then the images. That's the world file. That's the image. Now that's Jefferson.
right.
So if we had, well, wherever you got yours, I think it was in this drive D.
What are you looking for?
Where did we put those?
They're in SHEPP surveying.
So back here under right here. No?
Yeah.
Those are just 2-foot contours. No, these are the images, Mike, and I think the images we put on this different. I thought we had it under drive D.
Well, it wasn't under image reference. Isn't that what it was? Under drive D.
Didn't put it here, did we?
No.
No. I doubt it's under there.
No, that's not it. But you're not on drive D.
No, but under. Right. Drive D doesn't, let's look under Drive D GIS. There we go. Drive D GIS data. As opposed to the other. All right, so what county is this job in?
Jefferson.
So we would look here. We get this. Unable to extract.
What, are you trying to put the image on it?
Yeah, I was
You
just,
You don't. Let me drive for a minute.
all right,
Go to images, go to place image by world file. And you pick that and you open.
oh, you picked the world file, not the TIFF file. That was my mistake there, I think. Okay, so see if that goes in. There it is. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. And then how did we, I don't remember, did we, you know, because this is the whole county. Did we clip it? Was that what we were doing?
Yeah, I have to draw, you have to draw an area around
Yeah,
this, like a polyline or something.
yeah. So we just did something like this, and then we said image clip.
Yes.
We select the image, which is image clip. Might have to turn the.
Then you hit yes for new, enter, then you pick the polyline.
Select,
Polyline.
and then we select that. Oh, nice. Okay. All right, do you want that in there, or do you want me to take it back out?
No, I don't need it. This is
All
the
right.
old job, it's already turned in.
All right, so it seems like you've got a handle on that part, so that part's good. All right, now back to, so we go to the GIS data REST services. And we choose that now before. See, you have to turn that little on button. You have to check that
What
on
little one button there?
right there. Yeah. But the problem is you got to go down to the bottom now and change that to geometry with the data. And now you got to go back and hit the on button again. It clears it. So now we need to tell it these different things over here that we're going to be bringing in. Now you can leave those all set to none, except
What are you talking about? Leave what?
you see the pull downs under the categories under CAD layer, entity ID.
Yes. Layer
You
name,
can-
CAD layer, all
Yeah.
that.
So if you had data that you were bringing in, for instance, that had elevation in one of the fields, you would go over here under the elevation tab and you would pull this down and choose, you know, whatever, and that would draw the polyline at that elevation. Okay, so you don't necessarily have to even bring these things in. Like right now, it says none for the layer itself, but there is a CAD layer and it's already going to come in on this FEMA effective floodplain. So that part should be okay. I think all you need to do at this point is hit the import button. And now give it the bounding box. Okay, now it says pick the first corner of another bounding box. So you're going to hit enter to end. Okay, now look at what we have. If we zoom back out, you've got two, looks like, multiple boundaries. There's one here that's on that layer, one here that's the actual outside edges. But let's now go to see what we have. Let's go to the GIS data menu and choose GIS inspector. Okay, select the entities, just do a right to left crossing of both of those, all four of those lines, right to left, that's left to right. No. Well, all right, try again.
That's under tools.
Nope, into GIS data. There you go, inspector. There you go, like that. Now hit enter to finish selecting. And now what you want to look at is scroll that down to the bottom. You see that label floodplain type. Double click that to bring it over and just say okay. And now hover the mouse. So that is your 100-year zone AE. Hover over some more. That is your 100-year zone AE floodway. Hover some more over there, and that's probably the other AE zone. Okay, so there's a floodway and then the flood zone. So you can see right up here, there's a little bit of mismatch. In fact, if you were to use this data that came from the state, it would be less than this data.
Which also came from the state.
Also came from the state.
But the method of putting it in there was much different.
Yeah.
So which would be more prudent to use?
I would use this GIS data.
Okay.
Because sometimes like the floodway is different than the zone AE. They mean different things.
Okay, but you said I should be using both of these lines, but this area down here in the lot's going to flood also.
Yeah, this area in the lot. Yeah, because this is the floodway.
Yeah.
And this is the flood zone. So I'd have to look up the FEMA stuff as to what's the difference between the AE zone, AE, and the floodway. That they mean two different things. On if you look at a FEMA firm map, you'll see those explained. They'll be defined.
Yeah, I know, but what I should be showing, I think, on my plat is just this top line.
Over to the boundary of the property, yes.
Yeah.
Although, I would show it a little bit outside up to the edges technically, because somebody owns this, or it's a river.
Well, no, but the purpose of me showing it's there to show an area where you should not build.
Right. So in that case, you're going to go from where your property line is here. You're going to come down this white line.
Yeah.
And you're going to go out this property line here and come back up this property line here.
Right.
So that would be what you would do. Now, here's how to create that. If you've determined that's where you want to make that.
Yeah.
So let's draw a 2D polyline.
Let me put it somewhere other than boundary.
Okay, you could have done it from there. So there's floodplain A. All right, let's make that there. And let's go to draw your 2D poly. Now check on to use the current drawing properties. There you go. I'll say okay. And now you're going to say immediately here, F to follow. And you're going to pick that white line, the outermost white line right there, pick. Okay, and now it wants to know the first follow point where you're going to choose the intersection of. So you need to snap to the intersection. You'll probably have to, yeah, go up there and get the intersection snap.
Which one's the intersection?
Nope, it's over to the right. Keep going to the right. You see that, right? One more, keep two more, one more. There. Now get where it crosses the property line. Okay, so that's where you're going to start following, okay? It asks you, do you want to interpolate the follow vertices elevations? We're going to say no, we're not doing any elevations. And now the last follow point. So scroll back out. And the lastmost point, that's also going to be an intersection down there with the red, with the boundary, I mean, go ahead. And you're going to choose that. Okay. So now it's asking, is this correct? Scroll out a little bit and it shows, I can't tell which one's highlighted. Type in for no, and let's see if we can tell which ones. Now, is that correct? Oh man, I tell you.
Yeah, I can see it.
Can you tell which one is lit? Is it the one inside the property now?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I think
yes.
so.
So we say yes. Okay, I think you're right. Now you're going to follow again. So F to follow. And you will pick the red boundary line. Okay. And its first follow point, start your intersection again. Okay. Now scroll out all the way. I'll keep, no. Keep scroll all the way out so you can see the whole thing. Now go up there where that red line crosses the white line that we started with. As long as that's a continuous line around there. Okay, so we say click there. And looks like that line. All right. Looks like that wasn't a continuous line. Press escape for a minute. Let's just leave that alone. All right, so we've got this line down here. That part's good so far. I want to take a look next at this line that only goes to there. Okay, so I know that this goes to there. These are all separate segments, except that one. That one goes all the way around. Okay, so we're going to go to draw 2D poly. Choose OK. And now we're going to type C to continue. We're going to continue the one we just drew. So C to continue. Pick a line. So we click down near that end of that pink line that we just drew inside. You don't have to snap, just grab it. There you go. Select a poly. You must have missed it. Point to it again. Click and choose the pink one. There you go. Now, you're going to type F to follow. So pick the red line.
Why is it out there?
Oh, because you clicked. All right, so I'm gonna undo that and undo that. Let's just start over again. All right, draw 2D poly. And C to continue. Pick the pink line.
Can't see the mouse.
A little secret. When you hover the mouse over it, go up. Yeah, see, come on up, go back up in here in the gray. But hover the mouse and wait until you see that little icon show up that says you got multiple things that you're getting ready to point to. You're not pointed to it. Where's your mouse?
I can't see my mouse. I can't see my cursor
There.
once it gets up into the gray area.
All right,
Now
let's,
it's visible.
all right, tell you what, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's isolate layers. I'm going to isolate, I'm going to cross all of that, and now I'm going to shift click the hatch. So now we've got that. Okay. Now let's do a draw 2D poly. Say okay. Now just C to continue. Now pick, you don't have to get down near the end, go up in the middle part of the property, like right in there. Now, there's what I was trying to show you. See that little icon that shows up, the little double blue? That tells you it's going to pop up that list. So you go ahead and click and now choose the correct one. There you go. Right there. Now, scroll out, scroll out till we can see that now. So this line goes all the way to the corner, but there's a bend in it, right?
No. This isn't a bend, that's a straight line.
Oh, well then just snap to the end point. Okay. Now, all of those different bends, if there's just a few endpoints, you can just snap to them. Otherwise, when you follow, now does it go now the next point is all the way back where you started?
Yes.
Just type C to close. Okay, there it is. So now there is the boundary. You could even get rid of those big white lines now that you brought in with the GIS if you wanted. Yeah, just there you go, like that, and just delete them. So now there's that pink line. And I would first go back to, let's restore layers. Yep. And now let's isolate layers again. And let's pick that pink line that you just drew. Okay, and now hit enter. Okay, now that's what you want to hatch. So you want to hatch and you want to change that pattern to solid. So pull down that ANSI 31 and it's solid is all the way at the top. There you go. There's your color, it's predefined. And now you see where in the middle section, the middle column of choices up at the top, you can either pick an internal point or you can just select entities because it's a closed figure, either one. So you pick an internal point, you pick that, you hit enter and hit OK. Now there you go. Now pick that outermost hatch, the larger one, pick that hatch. Well, that too, if you want. Well, yeah, no, pick the hatch you've got, there you go. And now to get rid of that one. And if you want that pink line to match that blue line, go up before you erase the blue line, go up there and choose match properties, which was a little paintbrush icon. Up right there. Choose the source, which is the blue line, and now choose the pink line. Okay. Where did it go? Ah, there we go. So REA. Yep, see, that's now. Blue line. So this, we need to put that in the back. There you go.
Let's
And
move
now
the
you
text
could take
down.
you could take that, and it looks like it's going to match the shape. I would just select it because it should be a block and move it and see if you can get it close to that line without it being too out of whack. Yeah, like that. I would go right in there and click. I wouldn't get too close. You got some of the, see, I would. You're a little close in there, but let's. I'll move that out about right there. And I'm also going to sort of rotate it a little bit here around that point. And unfortunately, I can't take that and bend it down. I'd have to redo it. Okay, but I think that'd probably be sufficient. And then,
Delete this.
yeah, and that you would just delete. Okay. So,
Now I should probably do that on one more job,
okay,
if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Let me close this. And I can close the junk layer now.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll save it for what it's worth. And then go to the start page. And okay, then go to GIS data, GIS settings. Select.
Now, wait. Before you do that, cancel that for a minute. And now look, you see, you've got files already set for that one. Apparently that's where you brought in some other data.
Oh, yeah, okay,
So, and it'll be all right to just leave those as they are.
okay, yes, okay.
Yep.
Okay, then GIS data. S3 import REST. S3 REST services. And geometry with data on. And import.
Yeah, and you see that little checkbox right above the import?
Going back.
Right above the import button, the checkbox that's checked on, you want to make sure that's on.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow, that's instantaneous.
Okay.
Wow.
Now you want to hit for another bounding box, just enter to end. Now, you didn't take that all the way up north as far as the property, but you may know that there's nothing up there, in which case it's okay.
No, this is the Shenandoah River here.
Yeah, okay. Now, because you see, here's the, I mean, it's not really a problem, but you see this line here. That's on a layer called effective floodplain. So it's all on those, you know, it doesn't segregate these out into separate layers. But there's a couple of things going on here. So if we do our inspector just to see what we got, and I'm going to select all of these things here. And I'm going to choose see if there's anything else I can. Oh, what the heck? Let's take them all. I'm going to see. Let me see what we got. So if I look at this one, that is you see, starting at the top, coming down, you see it says flood zone AE, and it
Yes.
says zone subtype. That's the floodway.
Yes.
And that's also the label floodplain type, effective 100-year flood zone. That's the very bottom one.
Yes.
So that's what now is there anything else? See, if we assign the layers when we bring these in, we could choose floodway, flood zone, flood type, but that's okay. So now this one is the 100-year AE. This is the 100-year AE. So now you can press escape to get out of the inspector. So now you know what you've got. You've got the floodway, and you've also got that boundary at the top. So we probably want to take that topmost line and come to our property line. And that's where we're wanting to create our zone, right?
Yeah.
All right, now there's we could do that just like we did the last one where we did all those follows.
Yeah.
But we can also do a couple of other things. Let's isolate the layers, and we're going to isolate the flood lines and the property lines just to clear the stuff out. So one property line and now the layer. Okay, go ahead and hit enter. That's all you need. That's all you need. Okay, now what we really are going to be doing is doing a hatch inside those two boundaries. So this line we only need the part of it up to there. So this and the same thing with this line. So we need this middle portion of this, but we don't need all of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to trim that part back out. Okay, so we're going to take this, which comes around to here, and we're going to use that to clip this with here. Okay. So I'm going to come down in here and I'm going to select this, and I'm going to see there's a common point right right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to then take this point and I'm going to come way back here and just stretch it way the heck out here. Okay. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to select this. And I'm going to zoom in there and make sure, okay, I see where that one is. And I'm going to take this. And I'm going to stretch it way out here. And now you're going to go up to your polyline toolbar, which is the top row far right. And you're going to choose the erase polyline segment, which is the pencil eraser over top of the red segment. The icon looks like a pencil eraser pointing to a red segment, right? One more left. There you go. Nope, the other one right there. Nope, back to the left, click. And now you want to come down there and pick pick that, the first, this one of these two, it doesn't matter which. I would get the one to the left of that. Click. Okay. Now I would go to the other one and you want to click that one. Okay, now press enter to finish. Now you've actually broken that bottom line is now into 3 pieces. So select the 2 where you've got those 2 things stretched out. Select that one, select the other one all the way across, delete them. Okay, so now we've got that, and we could actually even, we also no longer need parts of this where it crosses and where that crosses. So we're going to come in here. We do want to keep down to there where it does. So I'm going to pull this guy down, and this, we need that intersection point. So I'm going to right click and add a vertex at the intersection right there. Okay. And so now I'm going to pull this. Let's see. I'm confusing myself, Mike. Hang on a second. All right, so I need that portion gone of this line, of this polygon. So if I select this and this, and then choose trim, there, that's what I was trying to do. Okay, so I'm going to let you do that one. Now select the red line on the left. And we want to select the middle, that middle piece. Right, keep right up and right there. Click. Yeah, just click that. Okay, now scroll back out. And now right click and choose trim and get that bottom piece out of it. Right there. Perfect. Okay. Hit enter. Now you want to hatch, and we're going to just hatch that area. So change it to solid. Okay. All right. And you see the draw order to the right. Keep going to the right. Now down. Right there. Choose that. No, go back up. Choose where it says send behind boundary. Pick that and choose send to back. Okay. Now layer, you can pull that down and set a layer. If you've got one already done. If not, we can change it after the fact. Doesn't matter. Well, they're not alphabetized, are they? Floodplain A, there you go, something like that. And all right, so now there's a couple things to think about here. That you can pick internal points, which is what we're going to be doing, but the island detection is set to be outer. You want to change that to ignore, and I'll tell you why in just a second. Okay, so choose that. And the reason why, if we say now pick internal points, I'm not sure that this is going to work, but let's see. If you pick there, what I was trying to do was keep the, all right, go ahead and hit enter and and say, okay. So I think, what happened?
Again,
Yeah. What I'm trying to do is to see if I ignore those islands, I don't want it to find the circles. I want it to, that's why maybe choose, instead of pick internal points, choose select entities. Yeah, let's do that. And just select that. And the other white line, and the other white line, and the red lines. That should do it. Hit enter. Let's see here, and view the selections. All right, let me see. If I select that, that, and that. Hit enter. It's not finding it. All right, we'll just let it live. Well, let's see, it's finding that. Oh, actually it was, it's for whatever reason. This little swatch is not working. Oh. We've got these layers isolated.
oh,
So if we did that and that and that. So now this will make sure it goes to the back. But you see how this actually wraps around this?
yes,
So if you ever change your point size, you're going to have those little holes in it.
right.
So that's what I was trying to avoid with that island detection. And I also want to, let me just get rid of all of those and let's see if I can do it now. Go ahead and do a hatch again. And that's good, except this time, instead of the island detection, you could go ahead and leave this as normal. And actually, I'm going to retain the boundaries as a polyline. No, it's not. Now let's try this, select entities. And I'll let you do it. Go ahead, select entities. Now select those white lines and the red line. Now hit enter. And still. See, that's, I don't think it's going to find those as islands. It's just going up to the edge and going around. Well, here's one way to do it. Let's isolate by selection. We'll get this, 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 and this. So now the points are not showing. So now let's draw the hatch.
Pick entities or pick the,
There you know, internal points, just like you had it, and pick in there. And you're done. So now we've got that done. That's, well, we changed it in the hatch to draw to the back. So now we got that, okay? So now let's, I'm gonna come back up here to the view and I'm gonna say show all. And I'm going to restore the layers. I'm gonna isolate one more time. I'm gonna isolate the red and the white. And what I want to do is I only want this, I want this part of this line, this, and this part of this line over here, right? But I don't want all this out here.
right,
Is that correct? So what we're going to do is we're going to select the red line. And then we're going to right click trim. And we're going to pick those outside parts. Enter. And now you're going to join nearest and you're going to hook those three things together up there in the top, which is on the polyline toolbar. Polyline, all the way over to the right. Right in there. You passed it. Go back to the right there. So choose join nearest. It won't matter the connection method because they are connected, and I think you're in good shape. Just say okay. Select those three items. Hit enter. And now assign that to a different layer or change that layer if you want it to be on a different line style or something. That's right now on a layer called FEMA effective floodplain. You can leave that layer alone. I mean, you can leave the layer that it's on set to that, but you need to change the line style and color and weight and stuff of that layer if you want to do it that way, or if you've got one already made, you
well,
can.
I do have a floodplain layer.
Okay, well, select the item first and then choose that layer. Okay, there you go. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 floodplain layers up above. I don't know which is which.
I don't either.
You need to open up
do it a different way.
You'd open up your properties a little better, a little bigger. Oh, there you go. Floodplain, AE, high essence, high, or AE and AAE, high risk and stream edge.
It's frozen, I see.
Well, yeah, but you can thaw it here. Remember, I isolated the layers. That's why. So floodplain A with the dots, that's the one we probably want. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, so thaw that layer. And you're going to choose the first of the 4 floodplain layers in your properties box. Just go ahead and close that back off right now. Okay. Now select your line, pull the layer list down and choose the first, which is the one we just thawed of the floodplain. There you go. Press escape. And it's there, but let's restore the layers now. And let's find out where that is. So choose that pinkish thing. Let's see what we got. If we make it big enough to see. There it is. So all I did was change the weight of it so it would show up.
Right.
And of course, you'd have to look at it over here. So that looks okay. And when you zoom in. And if you wanted your dots tighter, closer together, you would change not the weight, but the line type scale, say to half. You see how they get closer together.
Yep.
So do that accordingly, and that's done.
Very good.
Now you do see these points down here. Looks like that point is not using the wipeout symbol.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll fix all that.
Yeah, so you can fix that. So now these up here look like they are in good shape. So, yep. All right.
Okay, very good.
Okay, is that it for the menu?
It is. Yes, sir.
Perfect. All right. Wonderful. Well, with that, I will bid you adieu. I will post you the recordings. I'll combine the two so that it's just a single recording for today.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, sir.
Thank you,
Take
sir.
care. You bet. Talk soon.
Yep, bye.
Bye-bye.